start recording so that I don't forget to do it. Oh, come on, Madonna, hook back up again. Well, hi, Priscilla. It's always something. Come on, where's Madonna? So Madonna's piece is the one of them that we're doing tonight. And of course I kicked her out of our meeting and because of my camera faux pas. Oh yeah, it's always something with me. Come on, Madonna, come back. She probably walked away and doesn't realize it. Let's make sure nobody's having issues. Oh, well, there's Luann.
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Kelly.
Hi. I screwed up I kicked everybody out.
Yeah, it took me a bit to figure it out and how to get
I'm
rid of the
so
battery.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't turn on my virtual camera before I did it, so then it screwed everything up, and now, goodness, they'll figure it out. Hopefully, if they're not too technology challenged. Crap. And
What
actually,
have you ironed on, or you started? Like,
no, 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 no. What? This is gonna be so long that I'm trying to do things that really don't need that much explaining. I mean, this
okay.
is, I'm just trying to get a little jump on things because it's gonna be long. I already
Okay.
did. I have two. I don't know if you saw that on the
No.
video.
2 alligators?
Yeah. So I have two of them.
Oh, they are beautiful.
And there's Susan. Susan, oh, come on, Madonna. Oh, and I haven't. How you
Uh-oh.
doing?
Oh, they went away.
Oh crap! I went away.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't have you in. You know, you just one little box up there. Maybe I clicked the box.
Uh, Susan, can you see me?
Yes.
Uh,
Well, no, not now.
oh, sugar. I don't need another night like this.
Oh, there you go. Oh, now you're back.
That's bizarre. All right, getting rid of that. Okay. If anyone, I'm guessing Vicky just came into the room, and this is might be her piece here. We need to get a hold of Madonna. Hopefully, she'll get herself reconnected. So,
Kelly. Oh, Madonna's there. Oh, now she's leading it. No, Vicky's leading it.
that's because you have it on.
What I do.
You have it on speaker.
Oh, so mute you?
No, 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 no.
Oh.
The your view is on
Oh, now you're
speaker.
back.
Yeah,
Oh.
whoever is talking is I usually make it so that I am see I'm pinned so that my picture doesn't move. But whoever talks is who will become up on your screen. So that's why we have everybody mute usually. There's Madonna. Hi, Madonna. I kicked you out. I'm so sorry. I had a problem with my video, and I'm like, oh, turn it off.
I'm not sure what happened, but I definitely knew it had to be me.
Oh, no, it was me because the virtual camera wasn't on, and so then it wouldn't come on, and I was just like, are you kidding? So, yeah, so we're going, I have not done one of these gators before. So I got to jump on earlier with Vicky's to make sure that I knew some of the tricks that I might need to come up with on the second one. And everything I did worked like a charm, and I have a good plan. So I kind of wanted to get a jump on Madonna's because this is going to take a long time. So that's why I kind of went ahead and started cutting things, and you didn't really miss anything. And we'll keep letting people come in before I get too into it. But basically, what I found was that because of the embellishments, and is my camera even on? There we go. If you see me drift off, unmute and tell me, Kelly, I can't see what you're doing anymore because you went off camera. It just, sometimes I don't see it. Or, I don't know if, Luann, if, I'm pretty sure we messengered each other before. If for some reason if you can be my Diane Shearer tonight and call me on Messenger if my Comcast goes out like it did during that one. So you can just hit call. Thank you. I'd appreciate that. So these little cuties. Now this one needs to be a beanie with a little bit of stuffing in it. So it is a little different than Madonna's, but with the special way that the eyes are stitched, the challenge was to figure out how to do this and try to keep some of the seam machine stitched. And it doesn't have to be all of it. The reason why I want it machine stitched is because for a child, there's going to be a lot of handling and things like that. And we don't want to have to completely hand stitch this whole thing. Although you can. I just want as tight as stitches on these as possible. And typically with the frogs, what you do is you take your needle point and you take your fabric and you put them right sides together. Then you take two pieces of alternative fabric and you lay them on top of your backing fabric. And then you sew all the way around the frog, and in between the arm and the leg, you leave a gap. So then you dart you sew all the way around it, leave your gap, leave a gap in the behind area so that you can have your cords marry, and you just dart everything and you write it, and then it creates a pocket with these two pieces of fabric. You'll have a little pocket in there. You can't do that with this gator because of these little offshoot arms. There's no way I can turn it right side out here, and there's just no way with all the embellishments. It'd be terrifying to do. I'm terrified enough just doing it the way I'm doing it. I already sweated out on Vicky's earlier. So, yeah, but it worked. And I didn't feel like anything was compromised. And you're going to see that although the long stitches are beautiful and they're there for texture, when you're doing hard turns, points, it becomes terrifying. And I have ways of being able to pull the long stitches back through. It's a pretty easy trick, but if we can avoid it, we want to just make sure low and slow, have a bigger area to turn it out in, and just play it safe. So I think at 5 after we can kind of get started. You can see where we're going to end up. We're doing about, I don't know, 2/3, 3/4. Just enough of the tail. With this looseness, I didn't want to take a chance of sewing all the way up here and then having these beads become compromised. I love the fact that I have had people in the past that do not knot behind each bead, and they just do a running stitch all the way around behind their canvas, which then once it's off of a frame, if it's a pillow, or for this purpose it was a brick cover, and as soon as it starts to bend, those ties, those running stitches in between, loosen, and sometimes they fail. So then one bead goes, and now you're panicking as a finisher trying to stop all of them from falling off. So, this is a good thing to have done. Now, I'm very confident that Madonna has knotted all of hers because they are so beautifully stitched on. But I just like to make a note of that when you're trying to do these things yourself, you're going to see some things that you go, next time I might not do that this close to the edge. And these are just some of the trials and tribulations we go through. And I could be notching this out while I'm blabbing along. So what I did is I started on this side because of this point. Because when I write this, I want to be able to have my tool, basically my butter knife, be able to push this out in this direction. If I had done it over here, I would have been doing, trying to wrench my finger up in there to press that out, and I don't want to do that. One of the things, by the way, I videotaped the entire Vicky one as well, just so you know. So I not leaving you in the lurch on that one. But when it came to sewing the tip of this tail, I did a back locking stitch here and I jumped across the tip, because what happens is if you sew out to the point and sew back, it doesn't give this area any room to write. And while we might not get a major tip there, it does afford you, I probably should have stopped it like maybe even back here to be able to write it out more. And then you would just kind of use your doll needle, work it out a little bit further along with your fabric. And as you come around with your cording, you can put a stitch in so that that closes that area. I also did a jump on this side of the tail, right between here and here, because when I marry cording, I don't like doing it in the areas that are hand stitched. I find it's much easier to manipulate on two machine sewn sides. It's why I do my pillow cording where I do the pillow cording. So now I've done a long cutout. Because I'm going to have to write this, I ended here, over here. I'm not going to dart this area. I'm going to dart the area that is already sewn closed. And I'm going to cut the ends of these down a little bit more. Okay, so the reasoning of not darting all the way around is because when you write it, you're pulling so much on these sides to try to push the other areas out. I don't want to shred the canvas into oblivion. To get a nice curve around your gator tip of the nose, you need to do, or any curve, you need to do tiny darts. Yeah, I was trying so hard to make sure that that was going to work for the bean one, that all of a sudden I realized I didn't have my birdshot in a bucket so that I could get it out and dole it in once we were ready. So you can use sand or you can use BBs. I got to thinking about it. Now Madonna wanted me to, requested to use copper covered because it doesn't matter whether it's BBs or birdshot, they're made of lead. And unfortunately, due to the very restrictive gun laws in Massachusetts, I could not land my hands on any copper covered BBs. So I apologize, Madonna. But I wanted a very, I don't want to, the thing I don't care for in the frogs, when I've done the standard beanbag frogs, is I don't really like feeling those kind of thick beans through it. It's one thing if it's a bean toy. Am I still on?
Yeah,
Oh,
and this is Julie. Can you explain kind of, because you did a little bit different darts there in that crease right by the leg?
oh,
You did
okay. So when you
and
come
darted
into,
the sides, yeah.
when you come into a corner, see, this is all going to shred out. So I'm not really feeling like I need to cut there, because this is all going to kind of let go as I turn it right side out. So I'm just making a dart point in here, straight in, versus trying to come in at here and here, because then I'm compromising a lot more of that inner curve. So see how it, I can kind of push it with my finger and you'll be able to see. And because it is a pillow or a soft, this kind of a notch, if it was like a shaped ornament and you were trying to wrap it around something, you'd want to cut in a little bit further. We don't need to do that on this. We don't we want to hold on to some of the stitch right in there. Usually I go up right one stitch away from the needle point stitching. You don't have to go quite that far up, because this is going to kind of flex and form in there. So let's just, we do one dart in, one straight down in to the furthest point, staying about 2 stitches out. Yeah, because I didn't hit that one. There, right there. See, that one's still there. So it'll still bend and it'll still flex, but we're keeping a little bit more there than, so it doesn't shred too far and become a compromised area. You also don't want to go too far in, because if you stitched out a little bit on this crotch area, you could accidentally nip your stitch line if you have like matching threads. Now on the corners, we do a tiny dart and we try to do 90-degree angles. This will pretty much, all these little tiny pieces will shred away. That's fine. None of this affects your stitching, as far as this is stitched so thoroughly. The only way it would be compromised is if you used an open stitch, because then there's no stitching there to hold the canvas together. And always, even though this looks like a straight run, dart it. It adds more flexibility. It allows this to ebb and flow with the stuffing, with the beans. And trust me, you'll get weird kinks on the back if you don't. All right, I need to take that a little tighter. And I have 3 on this one, but 2 on that one, but this is a larger angle on the corner. Now this has a curve to it, so what happens with the curves, we're again just going to come in, straight in. This will fold up and this will peel back as well. I'm going to put one there. Don't be tempted. Notch it out.
Are you breathing, Madonna?
No, she'll stop breathing when it comes to turning it out. But you don't need to worry about it, because I already did it on Vicky's and I'm much more confident. I did it on Vicky's because she didn't have as many leafy outcroppings as you did. And I felt a little safer. So I used it's kind of a faux ultra suede on Madonna's piece. Just because I think it will wear better for the purpose. And it was some people will say, well, what's your go-to fabric? And I go, the one that matches the color the best. Sometimes it's just kind of what you have to do, because you can't find the colors you want in your favorite fabrics. at least not always. And the more you finish, I keep seeing a flicker on my screen, so I apologize for having that pause. It makes me panic that I'm gone. I totally lost my train of thought with that, but I love Ultra Suede. But okay, here we go. I got it back. So it has to do with thread color choices. We make these choices, and then people tell me, I want this color. Unfortunately, with the ebb and flow of decorator fabrics and color trends, some fabrics are easier, colors are easier to find at different times than others. So then I go into a store and I'm like, ugh, nope, 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 nope. And buying online, I have no luck at. Rarely. If it's just things that I get in for generic, oh, I need a green, ultra suede, let's try this. But if it's something that I have to match, so on the point, I really want to do the same thing. It's tiny. I want to have the best chance. So I'm going to get all of that extra waste canvas off there. But on Cape, one of the issues that I have is that while I have a Joann's, it's a satellite store. So it's not even a decent Joann's. And even the one off Cape isn't that's up in Plymouth is not that great. So, okay, I gotta, excuse me. My progressives don't make it powerful enough. All right, so we're almost to our end. And then the fun begins. I'm teasing, it's really not that bad. Okay, so now I want you to flex all of these over. All right. You don't need to steam them down. I just like it. No, no. There's 2 layers, and this has fusible interfacing already ironed onto it. It gives it just a little bit of extra body. I do it on pretty much all of my backing fabrics. There isn't much. In fact, I mean, I even put it on some faux leather recently to try to make sure I didn't pull through it when I used it. You use a dry iron. It is in the supply list. It's the SF101. And it just makes a difference. It just makes it behave nicer, and especially when you are doing hand sewing like we're going to do, it stops you from pulling through your fabric. And you'd think, well, this is like, ultra suede-ish, shouldn't do that. Doesn't matter. Velveteens, forget about it. You'll pull right through that stuff, even if it's cotton, even upholstery. Okay, so what we're going to do first, I'm taking my hand and I'm putting it over the eyes. And we're just going to bend it on that seam, holding all of these lovely pieces. Okay, we're going to push out as far as we can. And we're going to start with the nose. And I lost my butter knife. And we're just going to have to figure out the way. We'll butter knife the end. I just feel like I have a little... So, the nose on Madonna's alligator is wider than Vicky's, just by a little bit. Come on. So these beautiful long stitches that both she and Vicky did scare the heck out of me, but after the last one, I was very happy, the first one, to see that they're fine. Come on. Now, I can see that I have a few waist stitches there that have come through. You just kind of push that back. You won't even see it when we put the cording on. So the things that stopped us from doing... So right now, the way my knife is inside is I literally have it between the darts and the needle point so that it pushes that seam, pushes that needle point out and gives it a nice edge instead of, you know, kind of this just bulbous. We want a nice edge to it, and it helps us push the rest of the way out. And again, we just push that back a little bit and we're good. So you can see what the worry was. This is another reason why, number one, no way can you turn it out between here. And no way can you turn it out at the tail because you'd be pushing all of that. So this is why it's a 3/4 turn, not even. It's not even sewn 3/4 of the way. All right. So I'm going to push my finger into the hole and put the knife against my finger. Ugh. This was the part that was like daunting the last time. It's like how to grip it. There we go. This is number one reason why I figured out how to do mini stockings. Doll needle. Gotta love the doll needle. How to finish mini stockings without turning them right side out, wrong side out, right side out. Is it hot in here? Because I'm getting hot. Oh my gosh. Come on, you. Get in there. Come on. We need pointy. Pointy paintbrush. Let's try you. There we go. It's like right there. Oh, come on. There. It's the squareness. There. Whew. Okay. All right. I hope that all of you have seen me do this before. This is a doll needle. I use it in pillows to help write the corners. I use it to maneuver fluff when it needs to be maneuvered into the corners. It's a pokey tool, some people call it, but it just helps you get into these tight places and maneuver and manipulate. And for every spot that it looks like we have a pull mark, it's not even there. So this is something that can happen with the long stitches, is that as it's grabbed the side, you will not see it in the end. You won't, because we're putting cording. And you just will not even see it. All right, that's as square as that's gonna get. All right. Oh, I'm saving that tail for last. I'm sweating it out enough for these feet. All right. Let's try. Come on.
So for future, Kelly, how could we have stitched the shape differently to make it easier to do that turn? Because I'm impressed with you turning this.
So, see how these have a little more of a point to them? It's the squareness at the end, or a little bit wider would be, if you're going to do the square, then maybe do them. See, this one's going to turn better. Well, would have turned better than this one because it's just a little wider. It's a couple stitches wider. So it's not that, see, it's all in like where you hit as you're trying to bring it up. So the last one, I potentially tried to go too far into the foot to make the first turn. And So I'm turning my butter knife like this to try to get this square end out a little more, and then we're going to go in with the doll needle and pull the squareness out, because so then what happens is on the other side we have to make sure we sort of match the angles that are on this side, because we can get a pretty crisp corner on these because we're just turning them under like this. So turning them under like this provides a different type of edge. Once we sew it together, it won't be quite as obvious. But on these especially, we need to make sure that they're just as rounded on this side as they are on this side. Let me see. All right, let's grab this. So multiple people have asked me about, where did you get this? And so I think they're going to get a rash of requests for this at needlepoint now. Okay. Okay, that one had me sweating a little bit, that first one. So the tail is going to be, so this is why I started and stopped it here, is because I could feel the beads were past this, because I didn't want to take a chance of my knife being anywhere close to this, to those beads. And I'm just gonna slowly, we're not gonna take it too fast like with the other one, and I gotta remember that it curves that way. Come on. Now I will say this. I am not going to say that because I'm not jinxing myself by saying that. I was going to say, I've never had my knife go through the needle point. I've had it go through the material on a piece of silk before. So, for you, if you don't think you are that comfortable, let me make sure I am doing it the right way. Yeah, it goes that way. If you don't think you're comfortable writing this like I am doing, just hand stitch more. Just don't come down as far as I did. Probably, there you go. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of gripping this area just like I did here, where I was gripping it and pushing it through like it was a hole to give support on either side. Same thing with here. Like I said, I don't know that my jumping, if I was gonna, I probably should have jumped it a little bit sooner with the point to get a pointier point. To use that technique. I use it when I used to do stars, pointy stars, when I used to have to sew, when I sew those, I use the jump at the tip technique. Okay, see, I don't want to pull you because that's my sewing seam right there. This is where it takes the hard turn. And I don't want you to be afraid to try to do this for yourself, because it, all right, come on you. don't want my seam to rip, but I know that the tip is right there. But if I'm going to destroy the stitching so it won't lay down right, we're going to back off and we're going to just call that curve as good as it's going to get. You know what? Hold on. Yep, that is the tip. Okay. That is puckering there because that's where I jumped. Yep. Yep. So we're going to just leave. That's as good as our point is going to get. Oof. All the little hairy bits. So now I want you to kind of go around and really work your seams and make sure running this, see how much that just pulled out? So the knife is between the darts and the stitching. Okay, and I think we did all of that good. Let's come run it down this side. Like that. Pull that like that. Okay. Now, the next thing we do is we come around. Some of the nylon bits are kind of. So, needlepoint canvas, we are cutting it 1/2 inch away. And we are darting it just like when we do an ornament. Or the other side, however you want to look at it. I did an entire, how many inches was it? Circle gusset pillow that was totally hand sewn, and this is how I did the edges. Where I just turned it under like it was a giant ornament, and then put it on a big form, sewed the edges together, and all good. Because a long time ago we didn't have sewing machines. There's always a way to get around it. And again, so I just did the deep dart there, okay, and I'm going to cut that one in half because it was way too long. Because what'll happen is it's gonna, when you put the fabric to this, it's going to create a buckle on the back side if it isn't darted. We'll dump all of the little schniblets out of the inside once we're done. So those feet, for some reason, were smaller than these were on this side, but we are going to try to lessen them a little bit so they're a little more even. I'm just kind of testing to see how it's going to turn. Oh, that Ultra Suede did pretty good in the turning. You'll see in the supplemental video when I did Vicky's that I used the best color I could find with it was a moire. It's kind of satiny, so I thought the little kids would like it. But the fusible interfacing came away from it a little bit. It puckered it because of trying to write the tail and how I was holding the fabric. All I did was, you know, take the iron and hold it over it to get warm, and then just pressed it back together, and it went together beautifully. So don't ever worry about that with the fusible interfacing. Let's try to, you can see I'm like casting a shadow.
I think I read somewhere that gators are not created symmetrically. Therefore, the feet have a variation in size.
You know,
Nothing to do with the stitching.
well, that's, I totally believe that. And thinking about that, there is a, my daughter's like the queen of fun facts for animals. And she actually did point that out to me. So, you know, she did, because it's a whole thing with the males and the, yeah.
Well, clearly he's left-handed.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I promise. It is something that I noticed, though, because I made a mental note. Oh, you should really do that side because it'll be easier to write it. Yeah, I totally didn't do that. But that was because of the way the tail curved. So when I did the first one, I learned something very interesting. I had a brainstorm, which, thank goodness I had it, because I was having a major conundrum about how to put the insert in. If I sew all of the edges together and then try to put the insert in through here, I'm never going to get it in the feet here. And if I do put the insert in through a gap here and the BBs in through there, birdshot, then I'm never going to be able to get them into all of the feet area, maybe eventually by working the BBs down. And this is when I had the epiphany. And let me get rid of my cutting mat here, because I like to use that when I have to pin, but now I'm going to be pinning into my hand, so and I need to get some steam, because we are going to steam under all of our edges, because we are going, now you're asking, well, why didn't you just trace the gator beforehand so that you could make your insert from that? Because when you turn everything under, it's going to be smaller, and you don't really know by how much until you do it. So I just said, let's do it this way, because this is kind of how I do shaped ornaments to get the final shape. Still thinking about getting up to temperature. Okay. So it was pointed out to me that my video had sound that sounded like a gator noise in it. Totally unintentional. It's probably the terribly loud AC unit that I have in here. I thought it was funny because I didn't even know that because I always keep the sound off on my uh, Instagram and stuff. All right, because of the eyeball, we got to kind of put it at a funny angle. Come on. Oh my goodness. It's even full of water and it's still being fussy. Okay, so while it's steamy, because you can't get in there flat because of this material that's on there, just get in here and pinch it down. Sure, now it gives good steam. Come on. Don't be difficult. Sorry if I'm steaming up the lens. Okay. So we have pretty much everything down the way we want it. For this, because we are using the birdshot, I've chosen a little bit heavier. Yeah, it's not really, well, it might be muslin and it might be a heavier type. Looks kind of like canvas. Take your fabric and tuck it up inside. Like that. Okay? And this side of the mouth decided to go back in, or I just didn't get it out very well. Now we're going to take our mechanical pencil with the lead way down in it, and we go all the way around. Get you tucked up under. Sorry, I know you can't see right now, but there we go. Okay. Ta-da! Now, our hole is here. So, it's basically your seam allowance. And because there's so much around the seams being waste canvas and all of that good stuff, we don't want it to go all the way to the edge. It won't fit in there. And what I thought was really interesting when I was doing this, the other piece, was that I almost was like wrapping it right in around on the, because when I sewed this with my machine, I left the raw edge there. I didn't write it out, you know, I'm not turning it right side out, don't need to, nobody's going to see it. So by making this inner piece, it affords me, I want it to be a little bit bigger. Boy, hairy lines, okay, focus. It means that there is another barrier. If I had done the other kind, like with the beanbag frog, for a small toy like this for a child, I would be concerned, a little more concerned, that the seams would rip if I was hand sewing this. So if I did the double layer of material in the center and then tried to hand stitch the bag part of it along with this outer seam, I'd be worried, even though I'm going to do a hand stitch and then I'm going to put cording on. I want as many stitched seams around the interior beans or bird shot as possible. So that's why I decided to do it the way I decided to do it. And you're really gonna love how I figured out to put it in. I could probably get this to go all the way around without it shifting, but I don't want to take a chance in the middle of class. Sorry, it took me a second to focus on the time on the clock of what I was at. You start to feel like when you're teaching one of these classes and you're trying to fit it in a certain allotted time, it really feels like beat the clock, and you kind of start to sweat that it's, oh my gosh, the clutch class. Yeah, 3.5 hours. Ooh, that one was tough. Okay. Bear with me. We don't usually do it this way, but I'm not sure that I can even do it this way, but I'll give it a shot. I don't know if it'll focus on it or not. Kind of a wonky perspective, isn't it? Hey. Again, can't tell if it's, I tried to do the, I gotta get my shoe off. And my pedal. I hate it when it does the auto, yeah, it doesn't matter which way I go, do the autofocus in, out, in, out, in, out. It makes me crazy, but then I worry that it's so severely out of focus that you can't see. Not that you need to watch me do this, but I don't use this machine as much. It's my new machine, and I had changed the stitch length on it because I was doing a baby blanket that did not require a fine stitch. That's still
Who's the family that you have in your closet staring at us? Family people in the doll in your closet?
so that's not a closet. So this is a barn. But anyway, that's I do needle felting, and he's a satyr. He's he's posable. I can pose his eyes. I was really into stop motion animation. So, yeah, I know he looks a little creepy, but and then there's Santa and the elf, and you can't see the girl elf because I knocked her off the other day and she's down at the base at the moment. So it's just kind of a reminder of times gone by.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you knew that there was family people out there.
You know, I didn't notice. I was more worried about all the junk that you were going to see on the floor behind me, that I wasn't really thinking of what you were going to see while I had my sewing machine like this.
Can't see the stuff on the floor.
Yeah, of course. The disgusting. That's why I was like, It was a lot messier earlier, trust me. I have been so nuts that you can always tell when I'm way too busy because it looks like it exploded in here with fluff and material schniblet bits, and it's just ridiculous. And then there's, of course, fibers from making cording that I just kind of, the extra stuff that I loop and don't get put away. Come on. Now, the other reason I chose this fabric was because being a heavier weight with that metal rubbing, I wanted to make sure that the needle point had a thicker barrier. I almost used some of the wool felt, the 65-35 wool felting that I use as fluff in my cookie ornaments, because it would help disguise the, at least on the material side, it would disguise the feeling of the birdshot. But then I thought, you know what, I think we need it to be not so thick. So that's the one thing that can happen when you're doing all those layers of material for the frogs, by doing the pocket along with your stitched edge, is that when you turn it out right, the seams will feel a little thicker. So actually, if you go on my Facebook page, my Stark Art Designs, you can see pictures of all of those family of creatures there. Santa. And actually on my YouTube channel, I think the videos are still there. My stop motion animations. So how I decided to be able to put this inside is I'm putting it in now. I'm putting it in before I pin it up. And it actually kind of helps give the material something to lay around when we fold it over and pin it. Now here I want to leave extra material so we can turn it over for when we pour the birdshot in, and hopefully don't pour it all over my studio floor. Would be nice. Last thing I need to listen to is that going through my vacuum. I feel like a kid with one of those little popcorn popper vacuums that we had. Looked like a little Jiffy Pop container. Oh, I'm dating myself there, aren't I? If I hadn't ran out of time, I was going to try to have it sort of close to this, but not really by the time I started with you guys. But because I get worried you guys get bored.
We're not bored, we're in awe.
Okay, my favorite though was the night I was doing the, and I don't know, I think a couple of you were there. I was doing, okay, so pencil side goes up. I was doing the class where I took somebody's ornament apart. I think it was that class. And somebody's dog started to snore. I loved it. It was hilarious. She didn't realize her mic was still on, and her pug started, or her English bulldog started snoring next to her. It was hilarious. Definitely broke the tension for me. Okay, so I'm not even going to worry about trimming down, or we aren't writing it. None of that. We don't care. What I learned earlier. Where's my paintbrush? There it is. Put the nose in first. Things you learn after the first time. Okay. And you can kind of see down in here. You can kind of get the arm ready to be where you want it to be, and hold the nose. When you put that in, because I put this arm in first the first time, and don't you just know, yanked it right back out again when I went to do the nose. So let's get this guy started in the right direction there. I tell you, it's really sad when you get so tickled that you found something smaller to put in than BBs, but isn't sand. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it matters that the bean bag goes. I'm trying to decide whether or not to put the bean bag under. I think I will try to. One of the things I try to do when I do pillows is I try to make sure that the needlepoint darts, when I'm stuffing it, stay towards, almost pulled that out, the needlepoint darts stay towards the back of the pillow, because I don't like, come on, get back in there, yes, woohoo. I don't like feeling the hardness of the darts through the material on the back. Now, even though it looks like these are going beyond, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We're going to push it in because this is going to expand and fill up and look like a chunk of monka. Alright. Yeah, we're good. I don't know if I'm trying to convince me or you. But. So now this is how we decide on, now we go around. Can you see? Okay. And you do your 1/2 inch now with the material. Okay. Like that. Just general. This is, oh. So we're going to turn that down. All right. I can see that our side is a little curvy. So I'm going to dart it. But not like officially dart it. Just straight cuts in. Push that. Like that. And that. Under. Like that. Come on. Now I'm still going to be monkeying with it in a minute. You should know that about me by now. Okay. Because this is going to get sewn shut. Because that's where we're going to put our BBs. But, like I said, this is just going to get kind of shoved up in here as we're coming around. Because this is going to expand. Long scissors for longer cuts, sort of longer cuts. You have to be careful. You don't want to lift this up and take the chance of pulling this fabric too tight as we're doing this part and you know, shortening the underside. You want it to have natural give to it. And if you pick it up, you could accidentally shift it. So this is another thing that I learned when I was doing the other one is, so you get under there. First thing we're going to dart is going to be the toes. Because then we can kind of make sure it stays where we want it to stay as we're going around. Now you notice I am staying back much further than I do with the needle point, because we just need to be able to roll this under, and I don't want to have any of these darts right along that edge because I want a nice thick, you know, area of material to be coming into. So now is the sort of daunting part. Now you could pop this over the top of the beanbag in there, and it kind of gives you something to wrap it around. This is what I noticed earlier. It's similar to the premise of using, you know, like hard interfacing in eyeglass cases. So now, very carefully, I'm going to pick this up, making sure that that edge doesn't shift away, which would then shorten the fabric. I'm coming up through the material, right up to the edge, and actually I got to shift it up a little bit and pin it in. Okay, so there's our first. That's going to keep us anchored. It's very easy to shift it this way and shift it that way. So we want to minimize that. Nothing's worse than getting over to this side and you've now pinned it over here, and this side, the darts are way in here. Again, we're not coming in too far. Let's see if I can find some pins without too much glue on them. Let's get this laid. Get out of there. Get that laid in. Pull. Being distracted by that piece like it's... Okay, come on. Okay, is it me, or do I feel like this backing material looks the same color as Kermit the Frog? Totally is. Don't know why that just hit me. Huge Muppet fan, obviously. I make dolls that I then make into stop motion videos. I actually wanted to be an animator when I was coming up through school. Okay, so again, I'm not really coming in very far. This is where the advantage of ultra suede comes in. Even if it's faux ultra suede, it's going to bend and curve nicely into that area. We don't have to over dart it. We just need to dart it enough to get it to curve nicely. Like here, I feel like that is too thick on the corner. So now, and you'll start seeing, you know, your waist canvas is going to be like, oh my gosh, stop touching me. I'm going to pop out of here and be annoying. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just push it back under. Use that tip of your needle, okay, to push it in. And again, now we pick it up so that we can, I want this out just a little bit more even with that edge. And pin. I am totally going to run out of pins. So my dog officially thinks I've abandoned him. I keep coming in, having dinner, going back out, coming to the studio, and he is just like, if you don't take me with you. Oh, he's a little Chihuahua mix. He kind of looks like he might be part Corgi, part Terrier Chihuahua, so he doesn't have that kind of boxy head. He looks like a little fox. And his name is Scrappy, and my daughter adopted him, but he attached himself to me. And talk about one angry daughter. I paid for you, you ingrate. But, yeah. But he is definitely a Napoleon dog that if he hears a sound outside, he obviously thinks we're too stupid to hear it or that we aren't hearing it. And, you know, you should really be much more alarmed by this noise that I just heard. And he doesn't yap the same way, you know, most do, but he definitely will let out a chirpy bark. And unfortunately, where I live in a building where it's an apartment, and we're kind of at the end where the trash area, everybody goes out there to make their way out there. And so he is on alert all the time. What the heck? You people, you can't hear nothing. But I'd bring him, but I just know he'd hear these cars that are usually driving by here at, you know, high speed. All right, so now I need to push this under this lip. I'm not going to pin it, but I want to flip it now because I don't want to fight with it when I put my low-tech funnel in. And I think I'm actually going to start on the toes before I do that area. On the other foot. Come on, you. Get under there. But
What surfaces do the pins go through? Is it through all the
so when I'm
layers?
when I'm pinning it from this green material into the needle point. It might hit the opposite, you know, the bean bag, but at this point we really don't care because it's just going to expand. You know, we're just going to stitch through the material and the needle point. I doubt we'll be hitting the beanbag on the interior, but it won't hurt it if it does. But I'm trying to get that edge of that material up right along, oh, that's too big, right along the edge of the needle point. And I really want to not have the waist canvas showing. We'll be able to pull it, but you really want to keep as much of that rolled under as possible. You don't want to see it basically at all, because you don't want to have to try to cover it up later with a piece of cording. When there's really no need, you should be able to pull this seam, this material, right up. Okay, so I'm going to pick it up again, trying to keep those two edges together. And you grab here and come through and come up to that needle point and kind of wrench it up and around. And I can see that that's a dart. See, if this was true ultra suede, you wouldn't see that little fluff of brighter fuzzy greens, green fibers, because you can cut a raw edge to it and it doesn't fray. That's why it is really nice to have real ultra suede, but kind of tough to find. Just like nice cotton velveteen, not easy to find anymore. It went out of fashion, and there are just certain things. Well, it's kind of in fashion now, but we lost like the best vendor that was in New York City. I think it was called Very Velvet, and they went out of business, and it was just like, no. I mean, the majority of people, that's what they want for their stockings. And trying to find good cotton velveteen is not easy. Okay. What am I doing? That's not what I want to do. I don't want to wrap that around. So when after I put the BBs in, I might have to leave this up. After I put the BBs in, what's going to happen is I am going to sew this seam up independently of the outer seam so that it is hidden away and there's an extra barrier between. I have to say, with a shape like this, I am a little intimidated by the sand as far as leakage, I guess. Even though we have the interior, and you know what might happen here is, what's going to happen is when I roll this, sorry, I don't mean to get distracted and off topic, but when I roll this, once the beans are in, I'll be rolling that and pulling that together differently. So it's still going to be a pain to deal with when I'm putting the beans in, the bird shot in. Yeah, nothing is I mean, I understand why we have the laws that we do in my state. I get it. But it's like, can't we find a way to have a craft one? I mean, you know, the little plastic silicone beads aren't that heavy. I forget okay. One of the people in my other classes was saying before the class, some of her ear stitches came down. There we go. Gotta watch that. But they go right back up, so we're good. Was saying that she went into Walmart and asked, no, she went into Hobby Lobby and she asked them if they sold, you know, metal BBs. What do you want them for? Well, let's see. I'm in a craft store. I don't think I'm going to be using them for anything dangerous. What do you mean? What do I mean? And she was the sweetest woman. I mean, it was like, really? You're questioning her like she's, you know, seeking out high-powered ammunition when she just wants to, and she's like, I just want them for a beanbag thing, but I want it heavy. Oh man, they looked at her like she had, what do you want it for? Hey. It was ridiculous. And I said the same. I said, yeah, I can't order them online because they won't allow us to, they won't ship those to our state because of our gun laws. And and she said, she's like, oh yes, you're very shifty looking. I can see why they won't send them to you. I said, yes, about as shifty as why the person in Hobby Lobby should have been questioning you like that. Ay. All right, so I made a decision for the other one that when I stitch this one together, I'm going to leave a hole here because if you're doing a bean bag type toy, Vicky specifically wants to have some fluff in this. So I'm going to leave this area open to be able to, so when I'll be able to sew this together for the beans. Then I'll be able to use this hole to be able to stuff the areas that I can't stuff through here. So it'll be like a Beanie Baby where it's got the weights on the bottom, which, whoa, I almost jerked my, so this is the pellets that I got for this because we don't want it too heavy. You know, don't want to break the kid's arm or anything. And let me tell you something. I bought 25-pound bags of this birdshot. That's what they had at our local gun place. And of course, you know, they got to get a good chuckle out of the lady in there buying it for sewing. And said, well, there's always one of us in the crowd. And 25-pound bags. I was like, seriously? So then he's like, here, I'll carry it. I was like, nah, we can get it. Thank goodness he carried them out to my car, because when I brought them in from my car up to the studio, I'm like, I can do both of these. Oh, I was sucking wind by the time I got up the stairs. It's like, I didn't think I was this out of shape. Holy crow, 50 pounds. Apparently I am. Wow. Not the most brilliant move I have ever done. Okay, through the material right up to that edge. Don't poke it back down through the backing material. Run it parallel through the needle point because you don't want to cause holes in your fabric on the back side. 90% of fabric, you'll see those holes after you remove the pin. Even velveteen gets scarred. I'd say you could be safe with a loose weave, but just avoid it. So, can you even see? Okay, I started to worry. So, this edge rolled in very nicely because it's kind of a straight run. The curvy areas are obviously always going to be the most difficult, but we can just roll this right around that bean bag and it holds that nice shape for us. Now, if you were going to do this where you decided to hand sew the entire thing, okay, what you would do is you would dart the whole thing and steam it under, and then I want you to take a piece of mat board. Yeah, it's gotta be mat board or just something heavier, because what you're gonna do is you're gonna do a trace around and onto this board, and then you're gonna take your material, obviously cut around the board. And you don't even have to cut in, you don't have to do a 1/4 inch in anything. You can leave it the exact size as the trace around. Just cut it towards the inside of the line. And then what you do is very lightly, because you're going to have the fusible interfacing on it, you're going to choose your fabric wisely for this. Just saying, for the next part, you'll understand why. You're going to trace around your piece, so you have an outline using, that board on your bottom material. Then you can come out a 1/2 inch, dart the fabric all the way around, lay your cardboard mat board down again, take your fabric, roll it up, iron steam it. And then once you're done, go around, take the mat board out and steam down all those edges. Then you just pin all the edges together, the top and the bottom together, and it's all flat. So I learned that doing the round pillow. It worked beautifully and it was perfectly round. Now, I know for people that actually might sew pillows, they're like, Kelly, you're nuts. Why would you do that? Because I am not I just couldn't wrap my head around it and how to deal with the machine. Woohoo! Now we hand sew. And it's 10:30. Good grief. My dog's going to be at the door tapping his foot when I finally get home. And I am recording this, so if any of you, it gets too late for you, I get it. I do not mind if you just watch it later. So, making a knot. It's a single strand of 6-pound fishing test line. I take my glue and I set the knot. A lot of times it'll pull through the needle point. And depending on the fabric, it'll pull through the fabric. Now, whoo, I almost had a little panic attack there. So these are my rubber grippies and my leather. I have a piece of leather that goes up into the other grippy, and this protects my finger from being cut by the fishing line. A lot of people aren't adept with a curved needle, but I think you could actually do this with no cording, because of a curved needle and how I'm about to stitch it together. And just like with a pillow, it's so funny, I can feel the little inside beanbag. We want to grab the material this way and constantly pull it into the needle point. And basically it's called a ladder stitch. So here, where is it? This is where the seam starts. We come back into it this way to start. I'm going to come up in the edge of the needle point. Here. Not sure why that's given me such grief. Come on. So the reason I call it a running is because there's a long piece. It comes through. There's a long piece that hangs, and as I stitch along, it feeds through. I don't like dealing with the double piece with the knot, because ultimately I get halfway through and it screws up, and then I got a big loop that I got to deal with. So now we're going into the material. We're going to try to keep it pretty petite stitches. We don't have to worry quite as much. We're going around with cording. Pull this needle point out a little bit. I can see that I rolled that under a little more than I needed to. I really want the seams to meet. I don't want to bury stitches. So there's where I'm at now. And I can grab it. I'm going through the needle point. I'm about to enter the material. Pull through at the material and give it a little tight pull. See, you won't even see that seam. The beauty of ultra suede. And actually, you know, it's the beauty of this stitch. So I'm going through the needle point, out the fabric. Now you can't, I'm caught on my scissors. I'm running this. You can do the needle point and then bring it all the way out, and then grab your fabric and come all the way out. I'm pretty adept at this point of just being able to come in here, go up just a little under 1/4 of an inch, grab into the fabric about 1/4 of an inch, and come back out. And oh my gosh, seriously, I'm going to catch my fishing line on everything. Pin cushion. All right, come on. There we go. I'm going to push that stitch back up so it doesn't get all wonky. If you hang around me for any length of time, I use a lot of made up words. Not that wonky is, but you know what I'm saying. Oh, and I lost my
So
thread.
you must go through a lot of the curved needles.
Not so much anymore. It's usually when I'm doing things like the Limoges boxes that I end up breaking them because they have a lot of glue and hard bits board in them. Things like that. Yes, it's been a long time. No, I lied. Not that long ago because I almost put it through my finger when it broke. What I don't like about the curved needles now is for a time, Drits started getting really inferior. So then they started metals. So they started getting complaints. So they started making them thicker. So then it leaves bigger holes. Well, they used to have thin ones that were strong, but now they just make thick ones that are, they're using the thickness to keep them strong instead of the better metal alloys. And I find it really annoying because I've tried the curved bead needles. They're too flimsy for what this is. And then I don't like the holes. And so I have gotten so many, I've tried eBay to find lots of old ones. And I particularly, I'll give you a little look into, I don't like the ones that flare like that. I like the ones that are more semicircular because this takes you too far out. Even if it's the smaller, the 2-inch. In fact, I don't even keep those because I hate them that much. They take you further away than what I like. So you can't curve them up and do as tiny of a stitch. It really is kind of more for quilting those style, I guess. On this curve, you're going to see me come up, push that in, and the reason I'm doing it this way is because this canvas is going to be a little more shredded in the curve, and that way I am not trying to bend it and catch my fabric at the same time and destroying the canvas that's in there, and then potentially having an area that I don't have a place to stitch into, and then I get a hole. Oop. Leafy bead. So yeah, this is something that if you didn't want the cording, you wouldn't have to have it. But there is something about it that just finishes it. It really does. I did it clutch recently, and it had a gusset on it, and it's like, yeah, I could get away without it, but it needed it. It needed, and once I did it, it just, you know, next level. It just looks polished and finished, and it was just worth the time.
I just like the cord. It just kind of finishes it off and has a bling to it.
Well,
Fun.
so my thing with cording, okay, as a finisher, a lot of times people will send in, they will go and choose the cording that they want. And sometimes with the different bicolor and tricolor cordings, sometimes it's too busy. Because I personally I had a photography teacher who said if it is a weak photograph, put a strong mat on it. If it can stand on its own, you go minimal. Don't make it about the mat and the frame. Just let the artwork show for what it is. And when I look at the way people stitch, I'm going to let you in on something. I don't stitch. I got into this industry I mean, not that I can't. It's just that it's, I got into this industry in kind of an odd way, and I don't. And so, I mean, I know enough about it now that when I design, and because of being a finisher, I try to be very hyper conscious about how I do design to make sure that all different kinds of stitchers have the ability to, that it's easy to stitch my things, and also still affords them to be able to do creative type stitches. But I look at these, and I mean, I look at this and I go, okay, this is incredible. This is a lot of time. Sometimes it's terrifying to work on your guys' stuff because it's like, there's no replacing it. There's no, you know, sometimes it just feels like I am risking a lot to be able to, shoot. Okay. See, I just made a hole in this with this needle that is a little bit big. So I have to fold that under, or else you're going to see that hole because it was too far out in the fabric. So I tend to be extremely conservative. If they say designer's choice, I tend to go with tone on tones, or if I'm gonna do a two color, I don't do peppermint stick unless of course it's got some theme that it would look right. I tend to do plainer because I think that the needlepoint speaks for itself. I think that it's just such a phenomenal job that adding flourish, it it just doesn't always do it justice. So, strong piece, simple mat. But the fiber that you sent me is going to accentuate all of these purple lines, and it will draw your eyes around. And so I'm not saying that what you sent wasn't good. I'm not saying that, Madonna. But when I personally have to choose, I tend to be really quite conservative. When it is so blingy, I don't see a problem with making sure that there's sparkle or bling in the, that's when I hit it with just, a little something, or else I'll do the same color sparkle that's on the outside for.
I think I have just sent a variety of things for you to decide because I obviously didn't know the color of the back.
So this
And
is the
I'm
watercolor.
happy with whatever you've decided.
So this is the watercolor with the purple. and I think it's going to really pull all of this coloring around. You see? I like the sparkle, and it has all the different greens in it. I love using watercolor for cording. Love it.
So you did the put some of the Kreinik in?
Yep. So it's got the Kreinik
Okay.
as the one color, and then it has the watercolor. And what I did with the watercolor is, instead of, when you go around, when you cut your links, just like when you strand it, sometimes you'll take the strands and flip them opposite so that it has a more variegated pattern as you're stitching with these pieces. I do the same thing when I do the cording, so that it's not the same pattern and get too stripy looking. So you have lots of nice variegated throughout the length of the cording. All right, so we are almost to the end of where we're going to stitch to the middle, and then we'll go back and start anew on the other side. And then his tail is starting to get in the way. I am pulling these stitches up because I want to make sure that I get the cloth, I get all of that waste canvas turned under, but we don't bury that long stitch that needs to cover up canvas. And so for Vicky's, I did the tone on tone, and one of them has a sparkle running through it, and it really pulls up the sparkle of the beads that go down the center. So, it depends on the piece, and it depends on, if it's blingy and that's the finishing touch to pull that out and to connect it all together, that I do like that. But again, it's usually marrying a whole bunch of things together. All right, where do I want to end this? So this is a dart here, from here to here. Let's end it in the middle so we have a nice big fat piece of material to knot into, because we might be pulling against it as we hold the opening of the bean bag, weight bag open. I'm going to slide this under that stitch because I don't want to compress it. And I think I'm going to take it like that. I'm going to come back up through this fabric and end my knot, end this run up here. So I'm not pulling against a knot and having it unravel or pull against down there. And I'm leaving it. You're probably going to hear me not happy about having this tendril of fishing line here, but I'm keeping it right there for when I have to sew up this at the end. All right, that long stitch will pull right over. Yep. Okay, all good. Everybody's happy. Ha ha ha. Yeah, right. Okay, another strand. Now we have our hole down here at the tail for our marrying the cord. It's really interesting when you're doing cording on soft pieces. a lot of people, because of the curved needle, it's really hard to do cording where you do not see the mechanics using a straight needle. It's really tough, and that's why I just stick with that. Not saying that any of you would think this. Don't ever glue anything that's soft. Do not attempt to put cording on something that's constantly going to be handled and soft, and it won't last. It won't work. I understand it's not easy, but it will fail, and you will not be happy, because then you'll see things underneath it. Anything that is soft, eyeglass cases, any of that kind of stuff, you really gotta sew your cording on if you want it to last any length of time. I'm not an anti-gluer. I have an entire line coming out that, in order to get it to stay on the bulb, I'm using glue. I'm sure that there's a way that you can do it without, but for me, that's just how I designed it, and I think they're pretty freaking cute, but it's not for everybody. And so with the way my hands have such bad arthritis, I totally understand why it's just not feasible for certain people to be able to do what I'm doing. I don't know that I'll be able to do it much longer myself, because it's tough. Tomorrow morning it'll be definitely prying. It's this hand clutching this just as much as it is the needle, and the thumb holding the needle. Okay, now see how that kind of pulled it up a little high? We're going to push that back under. I'm going to roll it under, because we want it to meet the seam. We don't want it to eat up our stitches. Oop. I actually have a thinner one of these, but I think I left it at home.
Is it the 6-pound fishing line, and is that typical, or just for this heavier duty job?
Oh, I use 6-pound on everything.
Okay.
I have used up to 8-pound. 4-pound, I bust through it. I'll break it all the time. Usually it's when you start getting down to the end that the needle runs through the needle a lot, is where you start getting weaknesses. Okay, he's getting too long, so I gotta kind of bring him.
I think that you said it in one of your other finishing videos, but I've forgotten. When you use the hot glue to set the knot on the fishing line?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
High temp or low temp hot glue?
I always use high temp. I don't ever use low temp, because when you're doing ornaments or anything like that, if they aren't kept in an area where it's temperature regulated, it's going to let go. It'll melt in lower temperatures, lower high temperatures. So they leave it in an attic, then it's going to let go. If you leave your weight in the car, the chance that the knot could potentially unravel. It's a chance, because if that melted and it popped eventually, it's just a weakness. So I always use high temp. I had a very hard time finding the long glue sticks. And I do not, okay, so like when I do the Limoges boxes, I do not use hot glue to adhere those metal rims. You can't. You can't. The only thing I use hot glue on is the back side of like ornaments, where it's not even touching the, it's not touching the needle point at all. It's only adhering the fabric onto the foam core. Well, think about it. I mean, yes, we have, sewn the seams together, so ultimately it shouldn't pop off there, because we use the hot glue to not have to use pins to pin it all the way around. But why take the chance? I don't. And also, those stringers that you get constantly, the cobwebbing, that's because it's the multi-temp stuff. And it's cooling so quickly as you're pulling your glue gun away that it creates all of those cobwebs. I like the, what is this, an AdTech or something like that? I forget now. It has a no drip. You don't get the dripping with the high temp either. I don't know why, but
I got it off of Amazon.
what?
Amazon. They sell the long glue stick and the glue gun you can clean up.
Right. But the last time I went to look for them to put it on a list, because I was trying to get a supply list for you guys, the vendor that I got it from, that was like a case, I had a really hard time trying to find them in high temp long recently. I have a whole case of them, so, you can only find the short ones at Joann's. And I appreciate you guys bearing with me, because I know hand sewing is just so much fun to watch.
We're just thrilled that you were willing to do the Gators for us.
Well,
And I only see one pin left, so.
yes, we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, but I got to tell you, when I measured how long around this is to figure out how long I needed to make the cording, I had my little cloth tape out and I'm going around and around, and I'm like, frig, this thing is 42 inches of cording. Are you kidding me? Yeah. 42. So I did and because one of them was different than the other, so the watercolor compresses differently than the Krynic. So you got to make sure you got enough length there so that if it compresses a lot more, you're still going to have your length. And I think I ended up doing about 7, 8 feet. I was kind of haphazard. I don't have some special formula because you just never know. You just don't know how it's going to compress. I mean, obviously, pearl cotton and pearl cotton. You get used to it. You know it. All right, there's our knot. And we're going to feed it back in. Bring it up. Hold it tight. Always leave a little tail on the inside for it. Woo! Now the fun part. Let's make him fat. All right. get all of this stuff off. And I am just not even gonna bother putting that stitch back up because I'm just gonna push it back down again, I think. All right, I need
Wow.
it's about as low tech as you can get. Let's hope I didn't just make that too big. I don't think so. Okay. So,
Nice job.
that's 25 pounds of birdshot.
Those are tiny.
They are. They're half the size of a BB.
Wow. You said that's birdshot.
Yes. It's number 9. How do I want to do this? Have to raise you up a little bit. Back that off. Is it super? It's relatively clear. It's going to be coming up here anyway. This is why I wondered if I made it too big of a hole. And I might have. I need a pointier one. Good thing I have a limitless supply of paper plates for painting. See if I can still get my stapler in here. Yeah, we're good. Where's that elusive third hand that you need? Aye.
There's a blue one right under you.
Right? Ah.
A big old hand right
Yeah,
there.
there is. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. Gotta move the camera. Just till we get some inside.
Why are you wearing the blue?
This is lead. All BBs, unless they're covered with copper, are lead.
But then it's okay for it to be inside the alligator like that?
No, it'll be fine because we have a barrier. I'm being hyper conscious and trying to be a good person and show you the safety aspects of. You just want to make sure to wash your hands and. Come on. There we go. We have such a tiny hole, it's going to take us a little bit. And the reason I know that it won't come through is because the burlap bags that it came in, the dust wasn't coming through it at all. But that's why she had requested to try to use the copper covered so that there was nothing there. Come on. All the way into that tail. Okay. Back at it. Okay. Oh my goodness. It's a chunk of. Just trying to work it into the legs. Come on. I know there's a hole there. Okay. Oh, I stuffed my little bean bags getting sucked down in. Here. Get back up here. Okay, some of it should have went in the front leg. There we go. Well, this is going to be fun by the end, trying to hold it. It's getting heavy. So the sand ones that are just a bar run about 2 pounds. Yes, I had someone weigh it because I want to make sure that this baby is just as heavy. So the tricky part is you have to try to fill it up as high as you can and then have it distribute into these kind of afterwards. So you just keep filling, and nose is starting to fill. I'd really like to try to not have it dip any further down in. I think this is where our challenge is going to lie with the extra bag. And if I have to, I will take this stitching, I'll put a couple pins in here, and I will cut this to make sure that I can get this bag stitched properly along that hole because it's going to be tough. So again, it's all part of the learning curve with one of these. And let's just keep going. Pardon?
Madonna, this is Kirsten. We used my sand commercial frame mate to double check the weight, and that's where Shane and I talked about how heavy it would be. Here on me.
Right. And then I had somebody else who also did it for me. A friend of mine that owns Hingham. Because I had texted her in the meantime from talking to you. Oh my goodness. Okay, see, so here's the thing that about these is so those beans they go out of the tail, they go into here, it's like get back in the tail. And now, it's like now there's none in the head. It's like, oh my goodness. Come on, guys. Let's just get you filled. Get it done.
It's almost a two-person operation.
It really is.
I can see that. And where did you find sand? And
So the sand, that was my other. I mean, hello, I live on Cape Cod. You'd think, oh, Kelly's got plenty of sand. The sand at our beaches got so much detritus, I'd never use anything from our beach. But I was thinking like the play sand that they have in the kids section because it's got like low moisture, probably has some kind of additives in it where it would not retain much moisture. Probably has a little silica in it or something. So if I was using sand, that's what I would use is the kids' toy area play sand. Okay. I do not want to look in there all of a sudden and see I'm filling up the fabric area. No. All right. Come on, you. We are almost there. Three pounds, 6 ounces.
wow.
That's the difference between sand and birdshot.
Becoming a weapon.
Right? Swung from overhead. Okay. I am going to do what I talked about a few minutes ago. I don't really want to, but
Kelly, I wanted to just say something about sand before we move on to the next part. There's a finishing book that talked about using sand in these frameworks.
okay.
Anybody watching these videos after the fact,
Yep.
sheet pan for 1 hour. Wow. Completely sterilize it and dry it out, but it's a sterilizing feature before you use it. And that was in a finishing book written by Marsha Gray.
So I do the same thing with bricks. Because when you get them from different places, if they've been outside, it's such a pain to attempt to. All right. We already know where the edge is, so we're just not even going to worry about this. I actually had an incident very early on in my career where it got sent back to me because it was wet. And even though the needle point started feeling damp. So then I got so paranoid about it that I started to wrap them in plastic, like in a heavy Ziploc bag. I just kind of cut it up. All right, so I am. I am folding this edge over, okay? And just want to clean up my hands before I. And I'm going to do kind of a chunky, non-finesse seam closure here because I really want it to have good teeth and not be an issue. Okay. Come on. Usually there's just a little drip there for me to grab onto. Stop it. Where's my thumb? There it is. Now, where's my glasses? Pull this up. Yeah, there we go. Just gonna fold that over, and we're just gonna start chunking into it. Just gonna do round and round and round. kind of doing X's to hold these tabs down. There we go. Now we got a system going on. And there's the other seam right there. Okay, perfect. Okay. So what did we learn from this part? Well, we learned that don't do the second half of your seam and close it up, or instead of leaving your hole here, leave your hole here, because then you can just pour it down in and you can stitch all of this area up. Your hole will be up towards the tail. I thought it was interesting how many people weren't really sure what a frame weight was.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. I'm not really sure what that is. Okay. But then again, there are a lot of people that don't have local shops near them and don't necessarily use a frame ever. And I have some pretty interesting blocking experiences to testify that there are a lot more people that don't use them than do. Okay. Yay, closed. Now, Madonna, if you find that you hate the bird shot and you want it changed out, you just send it back to me and I'll fill it with sand. Because
Well, I think it's the weight that I'm mostly interested in, and that looks pretty heavy. That looks like a pretty substantial weight for what I use them for. I don't just use them for frames. I like to weight down my table stand.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that really works nicely for those.
Interesting.
Mostly I just have a swell looking alligator.
Now, you don't have any pets that are going to become too fond of this, are you?
No.
Okay, good. Dog tries to grab it and run. He's going to get a rude awakening. Dang, that's heavy. No way could my dog pick this thing up. He doesn't have enough teeth.
Probably the dog probably doesn't outweigh it by much.
No.
The Chihuahua and a Corgi.
Yeah. He's or some kind of terrier, because he's kind of got that hair and he's got the little tail, but he has the little corgi chaps in the back. So that's why we just don't kind of know what he is. But so yeah, now I get to redo this seam. But I also want to take a second and tell you that one of the options that we have now is we could take and add a little fullness to him so he doesn't look quite like a pancake when all of the bean bag is distributed. It is an option. It's what we do for the other. Oh, yeah, no saving that, is it? all right. He's so cute though. All right. Gotta get this stuff off. And let's you in there. Good grief. Now I gotta deadlift this again. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. Get this back up where we can see it and it's off my lap and off the darkness. Okay. Now I want to make sure that this stays up here. So he's so chubby now. He doesn't want to stay where he should. Remember what I was saying about putting the, if you wanted to do it without machine, this is what it would look like, where the way it's all folded over after you pressed it all down. You'd have this nice edge to just put up against here and go to town, pinning it together just like it was. We're just gonna leave you there for a minute and utilize your pinned. Can you guys even see what I'm doing? There. Okay. Sorry, you have to endure this kind of hand sewing again. But yeah, this would be your opportunity if you thought, I need them to be a bit more poofy. This is when you'd want to do it. That there. Okay. Yes, so in the future, leave your hole up by the tail, and then that way you can just pour it right down in, and you won't have this little issue. Now, I know that this guy goes, the footy's going up here, and the footy's still going in there. So we should still have good BB distribution, or birdshot distribution.
It made sense because you already have the opening there.
Right. Yeah.
And
It's just too small of an area. Always go for something that has that little extra length, because, you know, you never realize how big your fingers are until you're trying to work in a teeny tiny spot. And it's like, my finger's in the way. I can't see anything and I can't do anything. Or the needle. Trying to do curves, inward angles, it's just not easy. Not a long one. There. Now, let's push that under a little. And look what's right here. That nice long piece of fishing line. I always love going into the UPS guy and sending a box of bricks. And what is in this box? Bricks. Are you kidding? Why would I kid about that? Do I get a discount because it's so absurd? Please. He said they're wrapped in needlepoint. Does that, they're pretty bricks, but, it's still a brick.
Like a book rate would be appropriate.
Right? That's, I wish. But then it gets, takes how long to get there? I don't trust the post anymore. Too many issues. I know people have issues with UPS too. I know, but still. The tracking is better and shoosh, it's just as expensive as UPS now, so. Okay. 42 inches of cording later. Okay. Scooching under. Now I'm going to kind of grab back a little bit because I know that this material from us pulling against it on this inner curve is a little shredded. So it's better to go out and get good fabric and kind of push it and roll it in than to be grabbing into bits, fuzzy bits that are just gonna disintegrate as your needle pulls through. Come on, stop that. Yeah. Guess it wouldn't be one of my videos if I didn't have like little make it work moments happening.
I think those are where we learn really well, though, because we're all going to have something that we encounter. And then
I tell you, every piece of finishing I do, there's always, even the simplest of rounds, there's always a little, there can always has the potential to be something funky and challenging, whether it's a stitch or it was not done on a frame and doesn't want to block. There's always something. So a friend of mine, a woman had reached out to me, my friend Marty, before I really started making many videos, asking for help. And, I'm more than happy to help any of you guys. So we started talking recently. She was just like, is it ever just going to be one that I can just get through without something? And I said, no. I said, it happens to me every day, and I've been doing it, 20 years. Please. I said, no, it's always got some, that's probably why, it holds my attention, is because it's always a puzzle. There's always something that keeps you thinking of, okay, how would I do this better the next time? How could it be a little easier? Yeah, put the hole near the tail so you dump it in and it's not, lesson learned. I love the term failing up. It's a wonderful term for people
I
that
like that.
learn from things like that. Apparently, it is a key feature of how creative people think. Yeah. There are many people that do not think that way. Ah, come on. You kidding me? This is where pins and fishing line. Annoying. I see where you're caught. There. Oh, yeah. I'd love to think that my little dog is standing at the door tapping his foot, but I know he's snoring in bed. I know better. It is not. And then he'll feign where have you been when I walk in the door? Yeah, okay.
Well, cats would be tapping their watches.
Right?
And not quite for kid thinking. Or doing something mischievous.
Oh my gosh, right?
Yeah.
This is my moment to destroy the plant, to knock the cup off of your.
Exactly.
You left your brush cleaning jar full of water. Boy, were you stupid. Because now it's going all over your table.
Your dog will just be so happy to see you.
Exactly, right, right. Yep. But that cat, pure judgment, man. Walks in the door, just judgy. We had a 2 years ago we lost our cat, and he was so old. I mean, he lived to be 19, and he was just the grumpy old man cat who just is like, yeah, I'm not gonna play. I'm not gonna, no. You want me to what? Forget it. I'm just no, you can't brush my mats out. I don't care if I'm disgusting. Just leave me alone and feed me. So, uh, but after all those years, it was like, we used to joke that was my daughter's, like, her husband, because he'd just follow her everywhere. And, oh, so adorable. I grew up on a farm in Michigan, and we had so many cats and dogs and cows, and they drew the line at chickens and things like that. It was horses and cows. Um, and it was, life is just you know, so different when you have animals around. I was not a good farmer though. I named everything and yeah.
Everything is a pet.
Yeah, everything. So, that's why it was nice when all of a sudden all we had were horses, because nothing happened to the horses. So they retired from the dairy business, and I was glad for that. Okay, I think I have to go up just a little bit further because when I want to grab this. So that doesn't want to stop popping up. So I'm going to grab that stitch. And I'm going to roll that one under the material. Okay, and it's going to, as I pull it, I'm going to push it under, and there it goes. Just like that. Yeah, I got to come all the way up past the eyeball because I finished sewing it on the machine at the forest green so that fishing line could loosen. That has now, even though it looks tight there, over time it would loosen because I have it cut all the way back. He's hanging at such a precarious angle over the edge. It's kind of funny.
Well, it's definitely a factor trying to do the hand sewing when this thing is so heavy.
Yes, it is. I mean,
Very
it's kind of
different than home court and,
right.
you know,
When you're trying to hold up 3 pounds, you wouldn't think, oh, it's just 3 pounds. Ugh. Okay, that's the joke with the dog when we take him into stores with us and stuff because, you know, it's too hot in the car or whatever. And we'll be carrying him around. Now, he's 9 pounds. And all of a sudden, as soon as you pick him up, his body just goes limp. You know, my daughter, she'll try to like put him on her hip, on her purse. So his back paws, no, he just becomes like this dead weight to annoy you. It's like, you don't look this heavy. But after you carry that around, and he's kind of, you know, a little long and doesn't fit neatly under your arm, and he won't ride in a purse, forget that. It's like, so then you don't realize how much let's see, it's 16 ounces, so it's not even close to it. It's not like 3.5 pounds even. It's just a little over 3. Okay. Long tail again. Now this seam, you can see it wants to roll back in. When we put the cording on, it won't do that. Okay, shake it out. Shake it out, buddy. Get it all out there. Oof.
looking good up there, Donna.
Yeah.
Sure is.
Dive.
Okay, so what I'm doing is I can feel that the birdshot isn't necessarily getting into this foot. And I'm trying to get it into that.
It looks very good.
He is. I just don't think it's gonna, they're kind of in there, but it's all settling in his gut. It's like, ugh. It'll definitely be a good weight. Okay, let's get this cording going. Now
Remember you said you made your opening.
So I made the opening on this side, and we just gotta search for it. Where are you? There we are. Really? I don't think so. There we go. It's like, we're not marrying anything into that hole. We might have to switch over to the other side where we sewed it together. Okay. So, let's get you all.
Ooh, I love that contrast.
Right? And what's funny is as you move along, it turns green along it.
Oh, how interesting. Yeah, I guess it would.
Right? So, that's the whole fun stuff of the
Watercolor.
the watercolor. Yes. All right. There's that. Get rid of you. Fishing line over here. Okay. How to get all the way over there? I'm not going to fight with really long pieces. There's no way it's going to go all the way around. So we're just gonna like that. We're just gonna do little bits and we'll restart with a new one, because what happens when you're doing this, so when I do knots, I do like 3-4 times around in a loop, and you pull it down, and it's a fishing knot that you use to set a hook. So it creates a nice big fat knot. And then I set it. And I try to, like, you have to be careful, because sometimes if you put a little glue out so there's a little bulbous there and let it sit for a second, if you don't let it sit for a second and you put it in, sometimes what'll happen is your little knot will explode because it's too hot. So, just a tip there. My eyes are starting to get tired. I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble threading my needle. Well, oh, look at that fatty. Oof. All right. Pokey tool. Doll needle. So one of the keys to marrying out cording, as long as you can see, is running it right along the edge, and I always put the end of that has because I always use glue, I tie it off and then I glue the tip so that all of the fibers are mashed together. So as I'm twisting clockwise, twist the other set clockwise, and then go back. They're not rotating within this because, number one, don't put masking tape inside of your piece, because we all know what happens to masking tape over time. And I like this because it holds it really tight and it has something to twist against. So it's not going to be all loose in there. If I didn't put the glue on there, the fibers could spin within the cinched. This is a piece of fishing line tied at the end to cinch it all together. I have a video out of my cord making video that you can watch to see that, but you slide it in and just angle it up in there. And then when we bring the last piece in, we're just going to do the same thing and we just kind of manipulate it together. Okay, and I'm still using the 2-inch needle because we're going to be going around a lot of curves, and you need to use that more than, okay, let's see, is it gonna, okay, still looks like it's in focus. So when I do cording, it's all about the angle, okay, because this nice long stitch, running it from here, okay, that's how long the stitch is going to be. That is why it stays tight down. And we come out, and it's about another 1/4 of an inch out, and we're going to be coming back. So all of the stitches, and it runs right in between those two colors, and it cinches it right down. So it's a 1/4 of an inch of thread, fishing line, that cinches that down to your piece. So my next one, and you don't want to over tighten it, but you do want to keep turning it as you go, because if you don't, then it has a propensity to untwist, and that's when you can start getting very loose looking cording. So we just start working our way around, and I want, if I'm going to have any accidental shiny fishing line showing, I want my accidents to be on the underside. So I always put the needle point to the left so it pulls to the back side. But if you do it right, you won't ever see that fishing line because you're sliding it right between those twists. Also be careful of coming up hard in a seam, because if you come up right in the middle, you could pop a stitch, which would then, you better get a pin in it quickly. If it's the sewing machine part of it, you can pop it, and you pop the thread and it will unravel, and then you got to hand sew that little area forward and backward to make sure it doesn't continue to, you're basically creating a locking stitch around it. It's a real pain, and I have cursed about it more than once. I am basically coming up and down in the needle point, and here's why. Because when you, I'm right on this seam, but when you come up on the back side in the material, depending on the material, you can create a pull mark where it creates a little dart in the fabric, and with this kind of soft on soft application of, doesn't want to go where I want it to go. You don't want to, you just don't want to have that. You don't want any tick marks along here that have a little, so the other thing is, that's another reason why I love ultra suede or ultra suede-esque. You start using silks, and sometimes when you pull your needle up through, and almost every time It almost looks like a run in your pantyhose. I know, what are pantyhose? Who wears those anymore? But it is the only thing I can equate it to. It goes between the fibers, and or it breaks it, which then causes the run ripple effect. And it's ugly, and sometimes you don't notice, and it still does it even when you have fusible interfacing, depending on the kind. Certain taffetas will do it as well. So just be aware as you're doing it. If you need to just be safe with it, just stick to the needle point and like right in kind of the seam without breaking your, am I still on? Okay.
So if you do cord that has some beads on it, because that seems to be gaining in popularity, it's quite pretty. Did you do this the same?
You know, I tried to do beads on cording when I first started. It's extremely labor intensive, and it's definitely something I never mastered. But I believe, yes, you kind of have to have your beads strung as you're going so you can wind as you go. And then I would, after doing it for so many years, I would think that you would cinch it down as you're cinching your cording down. But that's not something I have attempted since.
I've heard of someone doing it after the fact. So they did attach all of their cording,
Yep.
like, pretend like you finished up the alligator, and then they came back, and the beads were like a surface.
Yep. I can see that too. Yep. Where you kind of leave, because I saw somebody doing a video of like doing the little flowers where they put like 5 beads on, and then they, almost like a French knot, or not a French knot, but the daisy stitch or whatever it's called in embroidery, but using beads along the fiber. I can see something like that where you're having almost a bunch of loose beads on. So as you come through, you're just sectioning out those 4 beads, going back in, laying 4 more on. I can see that. Can I say as a professional that that would be cost prohibitive for 90% of the customers out there? I can't imagine somebody not charging a ton of money to do something like that, because it is definitely a labor of love. But then again, there are a lot of people that don't do the next level stuff, so it can be worth it if you. Okay, fatty, how are we going to do you now on the downside of your foot? I just really think that that just pulls all that color right out to the edge. I'm really liking this.
How many strands of the watercolors do you
I only use 2 because it's thick. I used 2 of the multiple ply. I just cut 2 lengths. Do I have it? I moved it when I cleaned up. And then I don't know how much you gave me. 3 of the Krynic, the smaller ones. And I used all the Krynic because it's so fine. I didn't want to take a chance of it looking uneven from the uneven from the watercolor. I don't like the cording. Sometimes when people send me cording, I can't, they don't give me enough of, like, say, the Krynic to have matching thicknesses. And so then you end up having to make it either really skinny for both colors, or it's one skinny, one fat. And I don't know. I've done one pillow that way, but I added another color in so that it became like a tricolor vein through it. That I didn't mind, but when it's really uneven, I don't. So when I was sewing, there was obviously a spot where some waste canvas is showing through. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab, well, it's a little thick, and I think I'm just going to I'm going to do what I did up in that other spot. I'm going to bring my needle up to here. Okay, can you see? Sort of. All right. And even though I'm using I'm going to pull that tight with the cording because I don't want my cording to be loose behind it. Let's see if I can show you. Okay, so it's already cinched it down more than it was. I'm going to fold that waste canvas under, like in half. And I'm going to grab a little, I got to get a better angle. I'm going to grab the fabric. I'm not going to break those stitches that are right there. Okay. See, I don't want somebody to accidentally, even though our cording should not shift, if it did, I don't want somebody seeing my mechanics. Even though this is meant to help me hide my mechanics cording, let's try to basically eliminate it completely. Okay. I'm going to take this, go like this. Okay, I'm pinching those two together and I'm pulling it. And it's gone. I'm going to grab it in this stitch right there and make a knot. Because as I continue to do the cording, it will loosen. Because you're constantly letting go of this, right? So now we continue on. I don't think I'll need to do it to any of the other ones along the way, but that one just went a little too vertical. And these areas are tough. You know, any of these bend areas are not easy to avoid that waste canvas. Sometimes the back you don't always have a good line of sight to see where the actual line is. So that actually happened here on the armpit I'll do the exact same thing. I'll push that under, I'll pull this over, you won't even know it's there. And it'll still be covered in cording. There. No chances. Come on. I'm trying to go right into that knot. It's like, no, there's something there. I'm not going. Okay. Okay, where is that? Okay, I need to come back to there. Excuse my hand a little. Okay, how many of you guys are sitting there stitching? I know you are.
It was earlier, but I had a dog interrupt me.
Dogs. They are good at that. One of the other classes, she's like, what did I miss? The dog made me take him out. Said, you missed nothing. I'm still sewing on cording. The irony. I'm doing the same thing.
It is really helpful to see how you twist the cording to keep it tight.
Yeah, you know, I see these people that use the clips to hold it on. Number one, it doesn't allow for you to run long stitches necessarily in the appropriate place through these angles. So then you'll see your cording, your fishing line on the back side, because they're coming up and going down right in that exact spot typically. But also they scar your fabric. They pinch, and while they might not pinch that hard, if you're using a velveteen, it can definitely leave a mark. And you can feel it in the board if you're using foam core, which I only use foam core because I hate mat board. Well, there's a few cases where I have to, but I do it begrudgingly. Hey, stop that. Mm-hmm. Mm, mm. You're getting awkward to hold. Falling off the table. There. Shift your beans. So this is one of those spots where you have to be really careful that you do not pop that stitched seam, because this area is begging. See, that bit of waste canvas just came up when I ran through it. So we're going to do a preemptive strike, get into this fabric, get that cinched down. Left a little, come on, close up, tiny hole there. Not taking any chances. Okay, so my studio is in a barn. It is CBK Needlepoint, who does my distributing for my line. And I had to warn her that my Christine, who owns CBK, the lights are going to be on really late because she lives right next door. I'm like, I'm sorry.
How far are you from there?
From where?
From where you live, from where you're at now?
I'm like 10 minutes away from my house.
Okay, good. Late here.
Yeah. Yes. But she went, oh, well, you got to do classes for those West Coasters too. I said, yes, yes. She goes, it's not that late for them. I was already thinking of doing like a West Coast Wednesday type of a thing, just because I know that there's people that can't get out of work, or it's too early on a Saturday, or, you're just busy on a weekend. So I was kind of already trying to think of that anyway, like do it once a month at least. But classes come up because I have finishing to do, and I will not have this kind of finishing much longer, so I gotta kind of do the classes when I know I have pieces that are specialties. Although this one came together for a totally different reason, because it's not my job ones. Ugh, the epiphany, not even the epiphany, the dread I just felt remembering I didn't answer somebody's email. Ugh, it was like from 2 days ago. Dang it.
I'll have that feeling.
Yeah, right out of my head. I'm trying to use, especially for these classes, I feel like the invitations that get sent out with my calendar are actually reaching you guys. Whereas if I just emailed you from my regular email, you guys weren't getting it. And I'm spending like 9 times the amount of time trying to make sure everybody was getting their invitations. So at least that has helped. Oh, come on. Okay, buddy, I know, but we gotta find a way. You know, with all of this liquidness to this birdshot, I can't even like hold him up the way I normally would. Do you realize we're not even halfway yet? My gosh. 42 inches of cording. Alright, I need to. This is actually kind of a perfect place to end because it can go up here and grab you and cinch that down since it has decided to be an issue. I already warned my family. You know my history of going over with classes, so don't expect me anytime soon. Alright, next. So cute. Oof.
Very cute.
It is.
Well done.
She did a beautiful job.
And you bringing it all together.
You guys make it what it is. It really It's funny, I have a couple of kind of jobs that I feel are this way. I'm a floral designer and I have been since I was in college, which that's just nauseating to think how long ago that was. That's my done it for 30 years job. And it's funny because people are like, oh, you do such beautiful. I'm like, they're flowers. They're beautiful. It's not hard to make it beautiful. I'm working with pretty stuff. Just like these. They're gorgeous in and of themselves. I will say, it is funny trying to explain. Oh, you guys, you gotta tell me when I can't see. When you try to explain your job to people, well, I'm a needlepoint finisher. Yeah, not a clue. Rarely do I have somebody go, oh, I love needlepoint. My mother had no idea how to explain it to the people in the area of Michigan where she lived because it cross-stitch rained. You know, it just was not, there were a bunch of farmers and they this is nothing that I had no idea what this industry was like when I got into it. And I started as a painter. So I was absolutely amazed when I went in and I answered an ad for a freelance artist job painting for a store. Had no idea what I was getting myself into. But it's allowed me to be home with my kids when they were small, and certain times it was just second income. One year my daughter said to me, "It's not Christmas until Mom brings the blocking boards upstairs into the living room." Yep, because the basement would get too cold. And I actually wanted to see people instead of being the cellar dweller. So, yep.
So Kelly, refresh again where you put your needle. My tendency would be to stick it in that seam there, but is that correct, or are you?
I'm going just to the left in the needle point versus in the actual seam. Because what can happen is you can bust that sewing machine fiber.
Right.
So what I'm doing is I'm angling it back, pushing it through, angling up, coming out. Oh, there's a knot right where I want to. And coming out the needle point right on that edge of that seam. If you come up in the seam, that's when you risk hitting that stitch. And you can still hit it doing what I'm doing, don't get me wrong, but you have less of a chance if you're kind of angling it up a little bit versus right through the seam. Also, I've broken it because I over pulled and it pulled the area and it popped the stitch. I have had that happen as well. Tears were shed. Okay, so here's, I don't say this in every group, but in this group I'm going to because of the type of stitching we're doing. When you're doing so much with the curved needle, the likelihood that you could potentially poke yourself is pretty good. If you accidentally stab yourself and you didn't see it, dab a little spit on your finger and put it on the blood wherever it is on the piece, and the enzymes in your spit will remove the blood.
Oh.
So, yeah. I know, it's gross. You know, nobody wants to think of, but I had it happen on a white needlepoint piece, and the horror that ensued, didn't even know it happened. You start trying to use all of those Tide pens or any of that kind of stuff, and you get your fibers too wet, and you'll see a matting effect on them, and the harshness of the detergent can just make everything worse. So for at least for that, that's my tip of the day for if you accidentally have that happen. I used to have Q-tips around so that, like a little cup. I'd like to say I'm much better about it, but I just really try to be much more aware. Usually when I stab myself, I know I stabbed myself really good. I did it today when I was blocking the tack. This piece was, it's actually the piece I'm switching out the hanging sign class to an acrylic tray class. And the piece is 11, well, it started out as 11 inches square, but it's basket weave and it's all these candy bars and it's got some metallics for the kisses and for like the, and so when you start mixing those metallics in, they don't always like to block out the way they should because of the metal and the plastics that are in it, and they can become very difficult to block, especially square pieces when it's like really good basket weave. I mean, it's stunning. It's just basket weave doesn't always like to block right, or be forgiving. And it's a big enough piece that it wasn't done on a frame. And so I was doing it, and I have my little plier because my hands don't like blocking much anymore. And I'm pulling on this one spot, and I put the tack in and I wrench it back, and the tack flies. Let go of the needlepoint canvas, was too close to the tip, I guess. Nailed me right in the end of the fingers. Like, you know, I really didn't need this today. But we're going to make it out of, I'm thinking, a picture frame. And it's going to be see-through backing, and then I got some M&M candies to put in between the acrylic pieces. So yeah, I think it'll be really cute. I was surprised that I found they have the fake with a flat back. Not like, flat back button or anything like that. It's just a flat back to these little M&Ms. So, yeah, right? I just was really surprised. I'm glad, though, because I was like, oh, how am I going to make these things stay in place? So I'm just trying to decide with the 11. I think I'd like it bigger than a 14, but we'll see. I don't know if I want to do a square tray or a rectangular tray. Oof. Come on. Get your weight up on top of the table. Just so gelatinous. Well, the other thing is with this watercolor, if you let it untwist just a little bit, it gets these weird lumps in it. So you definitely got to keep twisting it as you go. Just something as I'm noticing going around. A lot of people ask, you know, what I use in cording. I use everything. The only thing you have to be aware of is that pearl cotton, you always want to do clockwise for your first rotation of colors. You know, do clockwise with the one, do clockwise with the other, and then do counterclockwise. Because pearl cotton, you can't do counterclockwise with both of the twists and then rotate it back clockwise to make your twist, because you're fighting the way the company does their twisting. It'll untwist it and you'll never get a tight cording. Kreinik doesn't care because it's got the plastics in it and it can go either. And then there are some, oh, what was the name of that one? Someone was talking to me about a certain kind, and it was, they were just fighting it and fighting it. And I said, you know, why do you keep using it? And she goes, it's the right color. You know, somebody used it in their canvas, and she goes, oh, I make it look passable. And I said, maybe that's the one that you, if you're using two of the same one, start twisting it the opposite direction of the right, and then left with the two combo. Try doing the counter, and then the clockwise. I said, you might be fighting the way they manufacture it.
Well, there's certainly a lot more into it than what meets the eye, for sure.
Well, yeah, and so one of my favorite fibers for fuzzy cording is, there's a yarn, and it's not one of the long ones you'd think, because the really fuzzy that are kind of long, they get looking spidery. They don't, you know, necessarily look the way you think they're gonna look. Tried it, yeah. But the one that I like, it has a little iridescent, and it's just very light. I use it in the boxed with feet video of mine, and it just has such a nice look to it. Really does look like a real gator that's just kind of lounging on the bank.
Indeed. Sleepy eyes.
Yes, unfortunately that stitch has went right down to make it look sleepy. But once I'm done, I'll fix that. Can't have it going back to Madonna with sleepy eyes. Okay, I'm off. There.
Oh, red tail.
Right? Back foot, yes! Looks like he just had a really full meal.
Kelly, the other girls have really done beautiful work on theirs as well.
Yeah, I bet.
Everybody did it different, and so much fun.
Well, I thought it was interesting when I think when Kirsten mentioned to me, because I said, oh my gosh, all of these embellishments and the eyes are scaring me to death. And she said, oh, the ones that were in the magazine were even more. And I just thought, oh, wow. Scary times for the finisher that looks at it and goes, really? But as you can see, it's really wasn't that bad by doing it the way we did it.
Worked it out, and just leaving that large area
Yeah.
for the turn, because I just didn't think this was going to get turned. I wasn't sure how that was going to work, but
Yeah, and so I think the thing that will scare people is the hand stitching. That it's not, but it just turns so easily that you really don't need, just follow the directions on the video. And it's not just once, you're going to get twice, because I show the first part of the other gator. And when I finish Vicky's off, I will continue to videotape it. So it'll be 2 different videos, so that you can see how to add the fluff if you want to add the fluff for a beanie, and the difference between kind of how much you add, because I will probably add the fluff first, and then fill the bottom up so that it's a little more plushy and with just that nice little weight at the bottom, instead of having it feel like just a giant beanbag. So, oh my goodness, you're like making a head dive off of here. Come on, we got the tail left. We're almost home. But if you ever question the cording, okay, I can see that I have kind of a long stitch right here. So I am going to pull that. Got kind of a hole, basically, where that corner is. So I come back, cinch it down. And we do it again. Can't hurt to have another set there. Oh, and that hits the perfect spot. Oh, I'm gonna have to get another piece of thread to go around the tail. Oh well. Yes, I will be excited to see everybody else's gators.
well, a grouping of gators is called a congregation. Got a nice congregation going over here.
That's hilarious.
Madonna, would this be a good time to tell her we all have pink gators in the works? Oh, I know.
You have you have what?
Pink gators in the works.
Oh, you are.
Here's look at
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, wow.
Oh, I love the colors. So this is Al, and the others are Allie, I think. What?
Oh, that's funny. Allie.
In needlepoint now, the green one was called Al, and then middle initial E.
Right.
And so we named the pink one Allie, Ally.
Okay, so last night I was trying to find this project, right? And I'm just typing in alligator weight. So finally I had to eliminate that altogether and just put in weight. And it popped up because they didn't anywhere in the reference put the proper spelling of alligator. They just put alligator. I was cracking up. It's like, okay. Don't make it easy for somebody to find. I don't know if you guys are part of the embellishment group. But I know two people from that group that were like, I've gotta have that. Where'd you find that? It's like, it's in needlepoint now. Okay.
I forget if it was 2016.
No, it's 2005.
Oh, time flies.
Right?
Oh my God.
So Christine has like, from having the store, because she had Osterville Needlepoint Shop. She's the original. It was Christine's Osterville Needlepoint Shop here on Cape Cod. And so I went to her and I said, so any chance, I'm like looking through all of the ones that she has in her bookcase up here. And she goes, oh, I think those might be downstairs. Geez, 2005. I don't have enough room for all those up here. But she says, I probably have it because I don't get rid of reference material like that. Oh, I think I am definitely sleeping in the morning.
I'm glad you can.
Well, I did tell you I have a dog. It doesn't mean I'll be allowed to. As he comes up and makes himself a nuisance. Hello. He is a dog that builds nests out of his blankets. And they are right next to where I sleep. Not in my bed, but level with my bed. And sometimes he'll wake me up in the night when he decides he just can't get comfortable. It's like, dude. And now he started to snore because he's old and he has sinus issues. It's like, you are not a pug. You are not a bulldog. What is with the snoring? Killing me, dude. Good thing he's cute.
Vicki, I see yours leaky, lurking down at the bottom of the screen. My what? I see yours lurk. When Kelly's on the larger screen, I see yours lurking, watching.
She can see you. Peering along. Oh, you mean this?
Yes.
Yes. He's watching the action.
These are too wonderful, Kelly. Absolutely stunning.
They are.
Well, I know you guys can do this. You really can. I expect to be finishing a pink one eventually. I'll do another one for you guys. Let me in on that pink action. They look cute.
And you're really moving along.
I am almost there. It's those straightaways, you know? So, just to show you, try to pull that glue bob in to the needle point, because the weave is big enough you can push it right down in, so you, if anybody moved that cording for any reason, you're not going to see your little knot that has the glue dot on it. And I am really thrilled that we are doing this, and our long, oh, you know, this is where I should learn to just keep my mouth shut. That the long stitches are staying where they're supposed to stay. Oh, stop. I just moved it so it wouldn't catch on that, and it just caught on it. Stop. Come on. So the reason I don't use invisible thread is it is the devil's harness. It's terrible. I hate that stuff. It just, as soon as you try to take a little bit off of the spool, it just springs out and becomes a big giant mass of spaghetti. So that's, if you've ever wondered why I use fishing line, and fishing line is much heavier and doesn't degrade, which is pretty obvious by all the pollution by our fishermen, which got no problem with fishermen, but that's one of the issues that we face in our ponds, is fishing line does not degrade. I think they try to now, but the fishermen don't like to use things like that, because then they can't, it's going to degrade while it's hitting in the sun. Okay, hold on. Stay. While they fish. But even that happens. Like if you leave it on there too long, it just gets old and will get yucky. Not on this though. Oh, who's watching TV?
I think it's me. I don't know where it's coming.
Some screen that popped up behind the one of your Zoom. That is something that would happen to me. Where is that voice coming from? Almost there, guys. She said famous last words. So one of the nice things this does by cinching down on this seam is it opens up all of these feet. It opens the seam up. It pushes that so it's more voluminous and allows the beads to flow freely, or sand or whatever you're using. Now, I probably could have gotten this guy up to 5 pounds if I had just put the hole on the back side of the tail. But then she wouldn't want to be picking it up very often and taking it with her to classes.
About the shipping.
Right? It's a brick. It's a gator with a lead belly. The UPS guys always used to laugh at me when I would come in. They'd go, "So, anything perishable?" "No, it's needlepoint." "I know. I just like hearing you say it." "Thanks." Almost. Okay, so this was where it got really funny at the pillow video. The pillow, the first one that I did was kind of too big. So the second one, I definitely used a smaller pillow for the class. We finally got all the way to the end, and it's time to marry everything together. And she goes, "Can we have a whole show of the last 5 minutes on multiple different things?" Of how to marry those together on a bunch of different things. Like, well, yeah,
Wow.
could do a whole compilation video of all of those moments.
Yeah.
Hadn't thought of it. Alright, I want you to go up there because I'm going to utilize this cording to push you up. Mm -hmm. Mm -hmm. Mm -hmm. Okay. We do one more so it's cinched in. All right. You have to start thinking about what rotation you are at for how you're going to marry your cords together. I'm just going to do that, and then I'm going to make a knot. So
That cut has to be scary.
it is, but I leave enough of a tail that that just runs right along underneath, that if I need to take it back out and retwist, I can.
That's a good tip. Good to know that.
Yep. Yep. And you just got to keep that extra piece towards the needle point side. Let's see if I can make it.
So right now, are you taking kind of some extra stitches like underneath?
So I am just tying it off so that this doesn't get too loose back here as I'm manipulating it, and it stays where I want it to stay. And now I'm going to come at least 2 twists beyond. A little longer is always better than trying to pull something into marrying it and then not having enough down to be able to push down under.
So is that a fresh piece of fishing line?
Actually, this is, yes, this is just a scrap piece that was from little end pieces that I didn't use. And I will send this piece back home to you, Madonna. Okay, now I always glue the ends at this end as well, because I'm going to be using my dowel needle or pokey needle to push this down in. And if for some reason my fishing line broke, which it has done before. I do not want this to explode and be a mess and unfurl. Okay. So, too tight. All right, let's put it in and see where it's at. On the back side, we're sliding it. Well, we're going to try to slide it in here. I know it's a decent sized hole, so it shouldn't be that difficult. Okay, see how it slid right in? See where we're at? So we have a choice. And that was the choice. We pull it under and it lays right over. Bam. Okay? And that is running right underneath this other one. Don't shove it straight down because then it's not gonna have this smoothness to it. And you can take this and pull it up a little so that it melds together better. All right, let's get that in place. So even though you might think, oh man, I'm not going to be able to make it, you'd be surprised at, all right, I'm going to come up. Now, I kind of equate this to like lacing shoes or what you see when with the old, yeah, why can't I think of it now? The waist cinchers. Oh my gosh, I can't even think of it. All right, so I want to come, here's my line. I'm going to bring it around and under. Corset. Jeez, man, I'm tired. We're going to grab, remember how we talked about when we do the seam? Grab the material and pull it. Same thing. Keep it right on this seam. We're going to bring it back behind because this is our end piece. That's our beginning piece. I want to pull it up right behind the end piece. Pull that up. Turn it around again. Okay. We're going to pull this in to this. I'm going to angle it back and come up behind it. Now, you can see that. It's okay. Don't panic. Okay. Just shove it back down in there. Pull that forward and pull. I want to do my dowel needle. That little butt right there needs to go down in there. Don't yank too hard, because if you yank too hard with this, it's going to leave a major chink, chink, chink. It's kind of looking a little rough there. That's just because you can, there's no beans in it or no birdshot in it. I'm going to grab a little bit of this fabric and come up like that. So now we're beyond where our hole is, right? slide it in between that purple. Now I'm going to knot it off on the front. Then I'm going to come back here and deal with that, because it's recessed and I don't want it recessed. I'm going to grab the needlepoint canvas. Okay. Am I? Is it going to work? Yes. It's amazing how you can knot something on the front, pull it, take this like this, pull it up through, and it just pulls it and makes it disappear. Okay. And then, if you don't like how stumpy that one looks, and kind of don't like how bulbous that one is, I'm going to pull that, and I'm going to take and run my dowel needle here, and I'm going to pull so that this one gives in and pulls it out. And I'm going to pull this one so that it cinches that one down a little bit, because it looked a little bulbous to me. There.
Amazing. He's a looker for sure.
He
Yes,
is.
very impressive.
Beautiful.
All right, so now let's make you not sleepy.
Oh,
There you go. That might require a little help when he gets home.
sure. No worries.
Oh, there. I sort of got it. Yeah. Yeah, that one's okay. It's just the other one. So, oof.
Look how wonderful squashy he is. I know it.
There's a little fat belly.
Oh, it's just darling. Absolutely wonderful.
So, I thought that this material would be better for not sliding off of a
Oh.
weight, of a frame. You know, if you have something that's, smoother and silkier, it could just whoop right over. So, not that this chunk is going anywhere.
Well, he's darling, and what a beautiful finish.
And like I said, I'm going to get this one taken care of tomorrow, Vicki. And you will be able to see a video of that. And I may even go so far as to switch out where the hole is. I might do that.
You do whatever you deem the easiest job for you, and as you say, you can learn as you go along with little tricks and things. But you do whatever you think would work easiest on filling it.
Well, thank you. But I also think it will help design-wise, as far as being able to get the beans in the proper place and keep them. And, I don't mind undoing to make sure it's done right. So don't worry, it'll look nice, and we'll get this out. And I'm going home to my dog. It was a wonderful class.
I'm glad to see there's not thousands of beads laying all over the table. Yay! Thank you, Kelly.
Me too. It was a big fear, so I am very glad.
For me, and, God, it's beautiful. Kelly. Thank
Uh,
you so
take
much.
care, ladies. Have a good night. Bye.